Is an emergency. Level 1 alert.
Omega-1 restarting. Alpha-1 genome restructuring. Confirming exon replacement. Base code 85 million. 100 million. Its speed is overwhelming. Alpha-1 to raise your central. Access confirmed. Initializing fake net. Disconnected. Activating emergency shelter. Denied. Contamination is spreading widely. Captain.
Cut off the cables manually.
Roger. Activating self-destruct bolts. Confirming. No good, nothing happened. Omega-1, they are attacking. We can't stop them. 98% of our weapons have been taken over. The autopilot system Faust has been accessed. And its phase space logic is being rewritten. Ergo area is increasing. An internal plane is forming. Switching to space displacement mode. Alpha-1, confirming transfer of coordinate codes. Coordinates input, coordinate NX128, EZ061. The main planet.
Damn. So they're planning on attacking. Engine room. Activate the emergency sealing system. Engine room. Engine. See that all civilians and passengers are safely transported to the escape shuttles. I will send a dispatch after evacuation is complete. I am evacuating the ship. All of you, evacuate now.
Evacuate. Evacuate. Evacuate the ship immediately. All passengers please board the shuttles in a calm and orderly fashion.
goes on and on. The song remains like a haunting melody of angel music held in chains. And I ask you, can we ease the pain of those who lost? Can we know the cause of all this sorrow? Can we catch the tears of a broken world falling down upon the earth, falling down? The waves of time take me deeper into you, a haze as blue as summer skies, and turn to find the key will not unlock the door. This broken bird, away it flies. And I ask you, can we ease the pain of those who lost? Can we know the cause of all this sorrow? Can we catch the tears of a broken world falling down upon the earth, falling down?
Hello. Can anyone guess what game is this music from? If anybody is here, that is. What game is this from? Guess and I will give you a reward, a treat, if you will. Nobody? Nobody wants to guess? Press like on the stream. We're gonna play a game. What game should I play? Chat. Hold on, I'm gonna start a poll for all the people here. There's a thing happening here right now, a conversation with a Democrat. Is it a Democratic candidate? With a candidate to the House of Speakers that I've been listening to. Talking to him about, Ukraine, which is near and dear to my heart. What game? Yeah, I watched. I watched his and also he wrote me in DMs and asked me because I wrote him that I did not call Dodgers cowards, and he said that we could talk about it either offline or on stream. And I said that offline is good, but if he wants on stream, then that's good as well. And that today or tomorrow maybe would be nice. I don't mind just, I doesn't have to be on stream. It would be probably even better if it would be privately, honestly, and not on stream. Not everything needs to be a spectacle, Not everything needs to be this content. Hello. The plus of it being on stream would be to get across to audiences that it's not as simple as it seems, for people to get a more charitable perspective towards Ukraine. The game is Xenogears. Oh, I do like how you speak Polish. Okay, horror, RPG, RTS, probably StarCraft. What else can I play? I could be playing. God, what I could be playing? Horror, JRPG, RTS, or no, I said I do like. I said I do like it. I said I do like it because it's very cute. I do like fruit tea. No, I like it. I like it. I definitely like it. Hold on. What games do I have? God. Trying to think. Something. I could play something that is actually a little bit more demanding. Hold on. Oh yeah. A demo of a new game. Probably would finish the Pragmata demo because I would like to see how that plays out. Okay, let's start the poll. But yeah, I do like the initiative of talking to candidates and persuading them to change course on Ukraine, definitely. My hair is still drying because I have wet. I just took a shower, but my hair looks pretty fresh. I used a conditioner as well. Hold on. See? My hair is still drying, but it looks... I have nice hair today. Today I have nice washed hair on the stream, which in itself, that's a blessing. Is that a thing? No way, Crusader, is that a thing? Problem with streaming a conversation like that is the perception of the content is on how the audience are reacting to it, which is why Brooks seemingly brushed you off previously and the other. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it might be better to just talk about it privately. But to be fair to him, he was fair to me when talking to President Sunday. You know? He was being fair to me when talking to President Sunday later, so I cannot say that, you know. Of course, because it's your crush. Of course you knew. Of course, of course, of course. I want to know what JRPG. Oh, I did not know there were so many RPG enthusiasts in the chat. Oh, okay, good, good. I'm happy. I'm happy with this. Write the title of the RPG that you want me to play. Final Fantasy, Suikoden, Tales of Berseria. Which one? Which way, gamers? Also, when President Sunday said that I can just go back home and play video games, a sarcastic part of me wanted to say, you know, you'll be surprised how many soldiers in Ukraine play video games when they're in the dugouts using Starlink. They play various video games. Hello, Maya Mayor. But honestly, I'm a bit... I don't know why. Oh yeah, there's also a very important element to remember. If Ukraine loses and the worst case scenario happens to Ukraine, I'm Polish and I live in Poland, and Poland is right next door to Ukraine and has a very interesting history with Russia. Vladimir Putin, in his interview with Tucker Carlson, blamed basically the existence of Ukraine on Poland directly. Yeah. So, yes, Putin does not like Poland, that's for sure. I mean, that was the three partitions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I don't like calling it the partitions of Poland particularly. I think it's a bit chauvinistic. I know I'm being woke with this, but I genuinely think it is a bit chauvinistic to call it the partitions of Poland. Hold on. And I'm saying this is a Polish person. I mean, it's how Mexico and Cuba feel about the US. Yeah. That's fair. That's why he refrains from referring to Zelensky as bad, whereas Sunday is like, and he's in his own head, understandable. He's basically a hater, he's the essence of a great historical. Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff that I just heard Dylan Brins' friend Nazar talk about that I would like to talk about as well, because they were talking. I've just seen Dylan Burns and Nazar. Nazar is a half Lebanese, half Ukrainian person, and he brought Nazar on as an ambassador to talk to a candidate for the House of Representatives, and Nazar made a really good case for Ukraine. They actually touched upon things like conscription. They've definitely touched upon things like corruption, and how it manifests. They touched all upon those topics that supposedly nobody talks about in the direct conversation with a candidate to the House of Speakers in the United States. So, right? Oh yeah, Mexico was gutted by the United States. So I think it's worth watching. It's probably maybe it's gonna become a segment. I don't know if it's gonna become a segment, but I definitely recommend people to watch that conversation because it's very illuminating when it comes to a lot of topics regarding Ukraine. It's always the best idea to listen to Ukrainian people talk about their experience with the war and the country's general. It's the best source of information when it comes to these things. Right? Do you agree? Do you agree with me on this? Also, you haven't told me what RPG you'd like me to play. Is it Star Ocean? I could also play Star Ocean. I haven't. Yeah, people are voting for RPG, so I don't think we're gonna be playing. Hmm. Hello. Yeah, because I'm not showing anything yet. The screen is black because I'm playing a soundtrack of a game. I'm not playing any game yet. We're still setting things up. Sorry, what? She, her, hers. What is this in? Oh. No. It's. I'm gonna play this game on stream at some point, but it's not gonna be a. Okay, what do we want? Do we want Tales of or Suikoden? Which one do we want? Tales of Berseria? Maybe Tales of Berseria. It's a little more modern and people will complain less. We are going to have to play Xenogears at some point. Yeah. A moment. Now we will be able to see. Mm, okay, let's go. You should be able to see. Oh no, you don't see. Okay, that's great. That's great that you don't see. Oh. Okay, computer might die, so okay, I should make. Is that better audio-wise? I also have to. If the computer dies, then I will restart it, don't worry. Comedy of errors. Oh yeah, also we agreed to talk it out in private with Brooks. I feel like that will be the best. Nice, thank you. I'm gonna read it. What's a comedy of errors? Ah, thank you. Yeah, my second article is getting. How's the game audio, by the way? My second article is getting printed. Sunday should think about my laptop dying. I don't think it's President Sunday's job to think about my laptop. I think it's fine. Oh my god, I feel dizzy. Oh gosh, I felt so dizzy for a moment. Not to alarm anybody, but if I faint on stream, then give me a pity dono. Hello Simon Pierre Goodbye. Hello Gaming Lucy and chat. Hello, hello. If I faint on stream, if I lose consciousness on stream, then remember to give me a pity donation. Yeah, I rustle and hustle. I rustle and hustle even when in trouble. Okay, the controller is... Do I have to turn the game off and on again? Oh my gosh. Okay, we will fix this. Do you know what the best thing is about streaming games from a capture card? It means that I don't have to set up every single game separately on OBS. That's a God, that is just a blessing that I don't have to set up every single game separately to show on stream. I remember that time you fell asleep on stream. Yeah, wait. When have I fell asleep? When did I fall asleep on stream? Wait, when was that? I actually fell asleep on stream. My God. Oh wait, Nvidia. I don't. When did that happen? Wait, what? Really? Wait, what? Wait, actually? Wait, hold on. No, you're kidding, right? That did not happen. No, that's impossible. Did that happen? Wait, what? Wait, really? Oh boy. Tales of... how do I add a game? Uh, hold on. Uh, okay, let's see. Let it scan. Did it scan? Still thinking. Okay, let's look to the chat. The phones of the university having to comedically cool down your overheating laptop by waving a leaflet up and down to cool it. Listen, I'm poor. I'm a poor person. And because I'm poor, I have to do what the poor people do. You could donate now as well. I will be eternally grateful to you if you decide that I'm worthy of your support. Where's Tales of? What the hell? That's weird. I guess Berseria does not really need support of NVIDIA program. Yeah, $20 is a lot of money to me. Oh my God. Fido needs to be taken to a veterinarian, actually, you know? That's gonna be $100 or something. It's gonna be $100. Oh. Fantastic landscape. A painting salvaged from a wreck drifting on the Arsas Sea. The landscape depicts a tower of rebirth and a castle in the sky. The pair is symbolic of unity between heaven and earth. Earth. That's true. I make money off streaming because I'm a professional streamer. Expensive book. New skill learned. Wait, what's the new skill? I have, yeah, I have. I have watched I rewatched it today. I felt that went much better than the thing that I did from the chat. We actually agreed with Brooks to talk in private about this whole thing. So yeah, I think this can go well.
探索船抜病
Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. We talked, we DM'd a bit with Brooks, and we are okay. We're not on. We are good.
勝てないと思うけど
Now I have to. Like, I'm definitely gonna make a case for Anastasia because I think Anastasia is getting a lot of harsh criticism that is unfair, I would say. You know, I think Anastasia is getting unfair criticism. You know? Like,
怪我はない大丈夫だよ
개가 왔나이? 개가 왔나이? 뭐야? Like, I can definitely say that I think that my personal experience with Anastasia speak to her character. You know? I'm not even sure if I spoke about it publicly. How much she helped me when I went to Kharkiv to do journalism. And I will tell you this, okay? If anybody says that Anastasia has some motives to just make money or clout or whatever, which is something that I've seen, there is literally no, and there is nothing to be gained from helping me, okay? I'm a nobody. I'm a microscopic streamer. I have no real presence when it comes to any space, really. There's no real benefit to be gained from helping me. You know?
十分警戒して臨まなくては潰してしまったそれ上限脚上限脚見切った伝送承認効果軸レコーディン効果軸
And Anastasia went above and beyond to help me when I was in Kharkiv. Above and beyond. You know? Does that make sense? Oh, I do have to do something real quick. Hold on with the phone, because if I don't do it now, then I'm gonna be screwed over. Oh, I'm gonna be... Holy crap, I was Hulk. Holy moly, hold on. Where's my phone? If I don't do this now, I'll be screwed. Thank God I thought of doing this now. Hmm? Yes, this is perfect. Okay. I've given myself some money. Because if I don't give myself some money, then I will not be able to buy food. That would be disastrous. I'd be in trouble. Alright. Is the game audio okay? How's the game audio? Excellent. Hill diver still. Perfect. Oof. I do feel a bit dizzy, lightheaded. I don't know why, but I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Is that weird? Is it weird that I'm feeling... I played this game 3 times at this. Oh, you played Tales of Berseria 3 times? Have you played Tales of Zestiria? The one that came before this? This is a prequel to that game. This is my second playthrough of Tales of Berseria. I first played it offline, then I'm playing it on stream now. Oh, tomorrow is gonna be busy. I like Zestiria. There's also a good anime. There's a good anime adaptation of Zestiria. It's called Tales of Zestiria X. And it actually combines Zestiria and Berseria. Sorry meets Velvet in his dream in that anime. Yeah. There's a on Dylan Burns' thing. There's a talk with another candidate for House of Representatives. I feel like these are worthwhile. Again, I'm what can I say? I'm in favor of the project. You know? I am favorable towards the project of getting politicians to do good things. Don't you think so? I feel like the chat is being a little bit quiet. Tales of is, I think, one of my favorite game series. I really like Tales of. You know which one's the hardest? We're gonna play this one on stream. Oh, this is gonna be a struggle session. Tales of Arise is considered, I think, the most difficult Tales of game to date, and it's the newest one. There's a lot of resource management in that one, and the battle system is pretty tough. The story is basically about a masked man that cannot feel pain, and about a girl that hurts anybody that touches her. So she cannot touch anybody because she hurts everybody that she touches, and the protagonist cannot feel pain at all. Wait, I hope the computer did not die. Is the computer frozen? It did not freeze, right? No, it didn't. Okay, I was worried for a second. For a second there, I was genuinely worried that the laptop froze or something. This setup is a godsend, because usually it takes me a long time to set up a game. Sometimes OBS will not register the game and crap like that. And when I do it through capture card, we have one setting and I can just, So I might just stream the games that I had trouble showing before. There were games that I could not stream because I did not know how to make them show on stream because OBS was not cooperative, and now I can show them no problem, actually. Does that make sense? Hello. Now the computer died. Now the laptop died, okay? The computer is not fine. It died. Hold on. Am I visible on camera? I am. Okay, perfect. How is everybody? Computer was sad. Computer was sad because nobody engages in conversation. I do feel very lightheaded today, and it's not good. Hold on. Let me check Discord. If you don't feel like stream, I have to stream. It's my job. I am a workaholic. Oh yeah, I will say that I endorse the Track Ukraine thing to the amount that I actually volunteered there as a researcher. You know, I research candidates and politicians and their stances on Ukraine. I'm a little activist.
気分は悪くない？ええ、今のところは大丈夫です。ならいいけど、アイゼンの死神の呪いは甘く見たらダメだよ。その呪いって本当なんですか？どうも信じられないんですが。そういうことを言っておると、急に腹痛になったり、靴ずれしたり、口の中に虫が飛び込んだりするぞ。虫？
姉さん、適当なこと言ってエレノア様を怖がらせちゃダメでふ。
Brooks did not say that Ukraine is 3 different
こ
countries.
れまでに
Or at least I don't remember him saying that. If he said, I missed it, but I don't think he did.
になっているとか、アイゼンが泊まった島の男がゴーマ病になったとか、肩がぶつかった人が笑いが止まらなくなって死んだとか。
やめてください。そっちの方が怖いです。
作り話だ。軍艦は7隻、島民は男だけじゃなく全員。ぶつかったやつは笑いじゃなくしゃっくりだからな。
怖いでふ。
だが海賊病に関しては心配いらんだろう。サレトーマの花を絞って飲めばいいんだから。
花が咲いていればね。
おお、それはそうだ。
嫌な予感がしますね。
But yes, I'm an activist. I'm an activist volunteer. Isn't that cool? You also could be activist volunteers, provided that you actually believe in the project like I do, which I do. You know? Okay. You know we have a Japanese viewer from time to time here that comes in and speaks Japanese. That's like an opportunity for me to practice the language. you know? Have I mentioned that I'm playing this game on intense, which is above hard? Wow, nobody's talking to me. Hold on, I will wave the laptop. I have to make more timestamps for fake Cal Parker so that we can get more nice, what do you call it, segments, yes, segments. What the hell? Things are running on the laptop. People voted for the RPG, but it seems like that people are not really interested in that RPG. Oh no. Excellent. We back. Yeah, of course we're back. We've been back for a while. Maya Mayor, we've been back for a while. The chat has been so silent. I'm sad, you know? I'm like here talking to everybody and I have so many topics. Wait, Maya Mayor, what country are you from again? Sorry? US. Oh, see? Like, people criticize the Truckee Train initiative, but I'm gonna say that I actually volunteered to help the project as a researcher. Because I think that it's a good initiative. Let's talk about it. Vidia to boost your confidence. Wait, talk about who? Them? The Jews? That was a bad joke. But talk about what? I'm feeling... maybe it's because I don't have enough food. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten enough today. Should I drink cider to give myself some calories? People remain if you fall into a discussion without prompt. Oh. Yeah, that's true. We've been gathering information on candidates and what their opinions on Ukraine are. And I would like to actually talk about this project because there's been this narrative that is aimed at attacking politicians. The game feels a little bit loud now. There's this narrative that the project is aimed at attacking progressive politicians and their stance, you know. But I just don't feel like that's the case. I've heard some of these conversations online now, you know? Like there are conversations happening right now on live, you know? And it's not about attacking the oh, did somebody just subscribe? Oh, thank you, Igniter, for subscribing. Yeah, thank you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, there's this whole thing about it being about attacking candidates, and it's not about attacking candidates. It's about persuading them that voting in favor of Ukrainian policy is good, you know? It's like they're not being asked to diametrically change their stance or their campaigns. They're just, for example, asked that if Ukraine comes up during a vote, help for Ukraine, that it would be great that if they voted yes, so let's support Ukraine, you know? I'm playing on a hard difficulty. I'm playing on a high difficulty, highest available to me right now. Are you gonna chat with people on stream? I could chat with people on stream, but I mean I'm chatting with all of you. So like I feel like I should do more to. Interestingly enough, when it comes to streamers, left-wing streamers, I'm not a big presence, but I feel like I have a lot of, how do you call it? People trust me, I think. People trust me to be a good faith person, maybe, I think. I got that for example, I gathered that from the Brooks President Sunday conversation, that I'm considered to be a positive. What was that sound? Wait, what was that sound? Just now. That's like I get a lot of trust points, you know, as a person, which I feel like I could make the case for the Track Ukraine project. Zoshelix, there's a part of that sphere that is not impossible to happen, but that doesn't mean everyone views it on intents for it that way. Destiny and Hutch probably see it that way. Yeah, but they have nothing to do with the project. Destiny and Hutch are not related with they're not connected to the track Ukraine project. You know? And I think it's I think it's important to explain to people that this project is not about attacking progressive politicians that want to, for example, that advocate for Gaza, right? It's not about that at all. It's definitely not about attacking people that are adjacent to Hassan. That Hassan has absolutely nothing to do with any of it. You know, I feel like I kind of would like to make a case for that, because even if the audiences of the streamers involved are not gigantic, it's still, you know, I think every person that can work towards, I think any person that would be able to see that this project is something that is aimed at creating positive results rather than at attacking people for wanting to do something good is worth doing. I also feel like the criticism of Dylan Burns himself is a little bit unfair. I mean, a good start is for politicians not want to abandon Ukraine, you know, that's a good start. Not at least not abandoning Ukraine. That's a thing that I consider to be a good start. I am actually a bit extremist when it comes to this. You could call me an extremist, because to me, defensive aid. Many people talk about defensive aid in terms of give Ukraine, support Ukraine at least as far as what systems they have with ammunition, so that they can hold the line and freeze the conflict on current lines. But to me, the best possible outcome would be to give Ukraine enough for them to liberate the occupied territories. Like, it's important. I think I don't talk about that enough, but at the end of the day, my entire family was, a huge portion of my family was in Warsaw during the occupation during World War II. Like, my grandparents' generation spent their entire childhood in Warsaw during the occupation and lived through the biggest horrors of it. So when I hear the word occupation, a very specific image comes to my mind because of the familiar experiences with that. So I'm kind of very about the occupation of Ukrainian territories by Russia. I'm very invested in that, you could say. Does that make sense? It's like, as much as I realize that Russian occupation. Hello, Dr. Jones. Yes, I know. I'm back. But does that make sense? You know? I have very specific associations in my mind when I hear the word occupation. You know? Very specific. I think of people being grabbed off the street and executed by some wall. which, by the way, almost happened to my grandmother when she was a young teenager. She was in a crowd that was selected to be just grabbed and executed, and a German soldier said, "Let that one go." And they let her go. She was the only one that was let go, and she survived that way. I'm waiting because I wanted to survive at least a bit longer. Does that make sense? Gosh, nobody has any thoughts? I should not be talking about serious topics to the chat. Nobody is engaging. But does that make sense though? Does it make any sense to you? To any of you? I'm eating pizza, guys. My goodness. I'm talking about my family experiences with occupation, and you're talking about pizza. I feel so lightheaded. Listen, I only had a few bits of chicken for dinner because I didn't have money to transfer to my account, and what? What Pizza Hut? You're eating Pizza Hut? Why are you telling me what the fuck? I didn't mention Pizza Hut. What do you mean? No, I didn't. I said that I only ate oh, maybe the game is too loud. I ate just a few pieces of chicken today. Because when I don't transfer the money that I did on Friday, then I don't have money for the weekend because money does not go through on the weekends from PayPal to my bank account. That's a big problem that I often encounter. So hopefully the money will transfer to me tomorrow and I'll be able to eat a feast. What the fuck? No, my feet are not very pretty. I'm actually bare feet right now. How much will you donate for me to show my feet to you? How much are my feet worth to you? Uh, a YouTuber studying 12. I'm gonna receive a shout out in a YouTube video. You gotta get the 2 heels of bread and make a sandwich on stream. You'd have to pay me. I hate feet. I am germophobic and that thing disgusts me. Dr. Jones cured everything. And how can you say that I could make money selling feet pics? If you're not willing to lead the charge in paying for my feet. It doesn't add up. Okay? None of it adds up. I don't get it. You know? None of it makes any sense. You know? But get them here. Get them here. Tell them that this is a great opportunity for them to donate and I can provide feet. I'm not wearing any socks. It's intense material. You know? So yes, get them here. Get those feet nerds here. This is a golden opportunity. It's it's a great opportunity for them right now. I can show feet and gain donuts. Once I paint, it's gonna be too late. When I paint, it's gonna be too late for feet. Once I lose consciousness, it's gonna be far too late. Does that make sense? You need to make one of those SPCA commercials. Wait, what? What does that mean? I'm trying to defeat a difficult boss right now. Distress Mayhem! Oh wait, I could do no, I cannot. Mistress Mayhem! I don't feel too well. What's the commercial? What are you talking about, Dr. Jones? What are you referring to? What the hell is going on with the controller all of a sudden? The controller started freaking out. Oh, fuck me. Weakness. This game can be unfair in many aspects. But I think we can beat this boss. I'm in the head. What did you send, Dr. Jones? Oh. What is this? What is this commercial? What does any of that mean? Seven people are here. Welcome, 7 people. Welcome to me struggling to defeat a boss. You know what? If I don't manage to somehow do anything with this boss, then maybe we should do something else. Lucy always struggling. Life is a struggle. Lucy always struggling. Listen, okay. I'm playing this game on a difficulty, okay? You should try to appreciate this. I'm always struggling with Lucy. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Simon Tiag Dubai? What do you mean you're always struggling with me? More people should join the side chat now. I'm struggling with the fact that Dr. Jones abandoned me and is not playing Resident Evil with me. We should be playing Resident Evil right now, and we're not. Dr. Jones has abandoned me. To BH. Okay? What the fuck? Oh my god, I didn't make it in time. What the fuck? Oh. I wanna LARP like I'm a streamer too. What do you mean LARP like you're a streamer? You abandoned me. Oh, your battery is running low. Oh my god, I died because my battery on the laptop started running low. This is so sad. I'm doing so bad. This is such a bad situation. Let's try. Isn't there any super cool fire thing? Dr. Jones. Fuck me. I wanted to do a combo. I'm just annoyed now. My mom called me to tell me there was a stream for cancer by some famous band, and they gathered 250 million Polish złotys in 9 days. 250 million for cancer. It basically means that I'm not under the same constraints that a soldier is. That I'm not forced to stay in a dugout or near the front line. That I can pop out at I can dib at any point, which is true. I have that ability. That is not something that President Sunday is lying about. Like my situation and a soldier's situation is different. It would be very dishonest for me to claim to say that, oh, I'm in the same situation as a Ukrainian soldier. You know? That would be a lie. Complete lie. Okay, we retry. We retry until we win. Sunday seen a stream, pigs looking at plate, but deep down he hoof friend Cluppy through the night. Hello, Steve Phil Green. Wait. Have you been here before? I'm not sure I've seen you here before, Steven Phil Green. Sunday saying on stream, being sick looking polite, but deep down he hoof. Hello. Is this your first stream? How did you find my stream? If it's okay to ask. I ask that of all new viewers, okay? I don't feel it like it's because I'm trying to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer. I ask people to know what to do to improve and to gain more viewership. Oh. So what persuaded you to watch me? President Sandy has been a bit critical of me as of late, which, makes me wonder why. Would you like to hear my opinion on the conversation? Oh, you stand with, okay, that's fair. I'm in Kyiv right now, actually. I am streaming this from the Kyiv apartment that I'm in. So do you know what I do? Are you familiar with what I do, who I am, roughly, etc.? I'm actually going to be talking about the topic of Ukraine with Brooks privately. Well, I guess I do gaming here on this stream. I do gaming and reactions on this stream. I have 3 channels basically. This channel is for gaming and slop, yes, slop content. I have Lucy Hazen Network, which is for my coverage of news, usually relating to Ukraine. I'm Polish, that's important to note. I live in Poland and I come to Ukraine to do journalism. My 3rd channel is Lucy Hazen Films, and on there I upload interviews and documentary style videos related to the journalism that I do in Ukraine. And the journalism that I do in Ukraine is related to children children in Ukraine. Children that have to live through daily bombings, children that live in the occupied territories, children that have been kidnapped by the Russian Federation. I interview families, I interview specialists, and try to raise awareness of the situation of the children. I uploaded 2 interviews so far to YouTube with a teenage girl and a young boy. And they talk about their experiences with the war. Horse bells. Oh boy. But yes. And also lately I've been promoting, because President Sunday has been very critical of Dylan Burns' initiative, Track Ukraine. And I personally think that the criticism is a bit unfair of Track Ukraine. Are you familiar with the initiative? Dylan Burns, not Karen. Dylan Burns. Wait, are you a President Sunday watcher? He has been critical of him. A journalist that reports from the front line in Ukraine. A journalist. I don't say streamer because I think that Dylan Bridge is journalist first. And yes, I do consider him a journalist. Do you have any questions? Also, what other streamers do you watch apart from President Sunday? I guess that would be a question from me. But I don't watch too much stream, so maybe I missed Dylan coming in stream. So how do you like this stream? What do you like about streams? Are you enjoying this stream? Have I managed to gain you as a viewer? Per chance? There you go. Also, how do you like this game? I'm a big Japanese RPG enthusiast, as you can see. Oh. I'm playing this on extreme difficulty, so if I lose, don't blame me. I try my best. Tectone? What do you mean? This game is not very new. Excellent. Finally, things are going well. Yes!
相当の使い手でしたね。
The Genshin Impact. Wait. This is a single player game, okay? And it has no microtransactions. This is not a gacha game, okay? Genshin Impact is a gacha. Maybe I should play Genshin Impact on stream actually. Maybe I should super play gacha games on stream. Would you like that? Further increase damage inflicted during a weak point combo and moderate. About or higher, okay. Gacha games are fire. Are they though? Are they fire? Or are they trash fire? War pipe. Oh. Huh. You see, you don't have gacha game money. Yeah, but I would play it without spending money. I would challenge myself to play gacha games without spending gacha game money. I would only play the free portions. Unless you'd like to donate so that I could spend gacha donations on gacha. That would be a horrible idea. I mean, Tecton spent 500,000 on cash. What? That's impossible. I don't believe that. I don't believe you. I don't trust. I think you're an unreliable narrator.
十分警戒して臨まなくては。
No, I said it's impossible to spend 500k. That's insane. I'm struggling to get money for. I'm struggling to get money for to be able to do work with fixers. And you're telling me a person drops 500k for a gacha game? Jesus Christ Almighty. Give me the money. I'll do journalism in Ukraine. I'll hire fixers and I'll do work. Why can't I be sponsored? Well, what like that Ananta GTA clone? Wait, what Ananta GTA clone? I wish my revenue was 2k per month. That would be swell. I'd be satisfied with 2k per month. I do use stream elements, yeah. I use stream elements for my donation widgets. Aren't I too small to be picked up by sponsorship though? Aren't I a little bit too small? I have a low amount of concurrent viewers and I don't have a lot of subs. Would I even qualify for a sponsorship? Like, don't companies actually aim to give sponsorships to streamers with any kind of substantial... I actually don't know what game you're talking about now. Yeah, I have like 7 people right now. I don't think anybody of this audience is gonna be like, oh, Lucy, I'm on my way to play Genshin Impact because you told me so, you know? If Valheim sponsored me, then that'd be a different story. What the fuck? A what? Rumble? I don't think Rumble will have me. Listen, before any sponsorships, I have to grow an actual audience. So help me by becoming a loyal viewer. Every loyal viewer counts, okay? Every viewer counts. That's true. Oh yeah, I'm trans also, if it wasn't clear. Because I'm not super passing, so it might not be super obvious that I'm trans. Do you have ways to more know about you? What would you like to know? Also, I am an artist as well. I do drawing. I mean, if you're President Sunday viewer, then I assume you would not be a transphobe, but like stuff that you do for fun. I play games for fun. I do art for fun. I spend a lot of time working on journalism in Ukraine, on history. Oh yeah, also I'm a big fan of history. This is why I'm preparing a mini historical essay for Patreon. Does that make sense? I'm a bit of a historian myself. I'm gonna wait for them to beat this enemy. Also, I e-beg for fun, yeah. Speaking of, you should join this page you should watch my stream from this page and consider donating or subscribing to my channel. Hearts of Iron 4. I could consider playing Hearts of Iron 4 on stream. Still blaming me? But yes. Let's wait for the enemy to be beaten. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I'm Jewish. Let's recreate the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I will try. I will do my best. Almost. Okay, we've lost. That was a waste. Hold on. So if you have any questions for me, I will gladly answer any. I'll be your guide to the Lucy Haza experience. With pleasure. Actually, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is Catholic as well as Orthodox, as well as Judaism, as well as even Islam. Because the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth has had a native Islamic population. Lucy PC is gonna overheat. Yeah, I know. Please donate. Favorite anime? I think my favorite anime is... God, what is my favorite anime actually? My favorite anime is One Piece. There you go. Very bog standard answer. One Piece is my favorite anime. We won!
その剣どういう仕組みなの？触らないで。怪我するわよ。剣以外は触っても OK らしいぞ。怪我させるわよ。
What is One Piece? It's real. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that it's real. Or an old guy said that with a white beard, which was really actually a mustache rather than a beard. That is true, but a lot of the Commonwealth actually spoke Ruthenian, which become Belarusian and Ukrainian, and also a lot of the Commonwealth spoke Hebrew, not Hebrew, Yiddish. There are many languages in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth actually, and Polish, of course. Polish, Lithuanian, Yiddish. Biblical Hebrew was the thing. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth definitely did not just speak one language. That's for sure. Poland is a Catholic country, yeah. Ohayo! Ohayo, Yui-san. Yo, what? Tales of Berseria. Oh, yeah. ってみます。一番好きなアニメある？One Piece. Yeah. Russia is not good. One Piece.俺は海賊王になるって感じ。軽音？軽音って何ですか？Exorcists are holding exercise around. Wait, where do I go? Eh? すいません。すいません。すいません。申し訳ありません。なんか悪い。お？We might be doing a reading. ちゃんと見てよよ。軽音。Hold on. I'm gonna 今調べます。今調べます。Oh, okay. K-on 音楽のこと？まあよく知らない。そうですか。一番好きな軽音は何ですか？そうですね。あ、新しいことを学びました。 Uh,結構古いですけど。うん。大丈夫。私も古いです。古い人間。私は。ちょっと待って。どこに行けばいいんですか？Alright, we're here it seems. I don't feel so good, everybody. In fact, I feel quite unwell. Are we back? We back? Right. How are you all? Unfortunately, we have banned our new viewer. I thought I gained a new viewer, but Simon Pierre said, no, that viewer sucks. That viewer is the worst. A bigot. Okay, we're continuing to play the game. Hello. Zoshelix, hello. What checks out? Wait, what cheats out? God, I wish I had like 100. If I had 100 viewers live, then I would be the most successful streamer in the world. In my own head. I entertain you so much with my silliness. You know? I think I deserve some credit. Does that make sense? I do the most.
ここがワーグ樹林だな。
大麻師が巡回してるかもしれない。注意して。
Ooh. We're looking for exorcists. We're killing a religion here. We're in the middle of destroying a whole religion. The game is too quiet for my liking. There you go. Calm down there, Lucy Trump. Damn. What is this?
これは清涼が新しく開発した二重結界です。
なるほど。連動する2つの結界か。
一般人の立ち入りを禁止するためにしては随分念入りだな。
確かに。
Gabby's the layer barrier is only dispelled but can operate using special switch. Are you killing God? Always. I mean, I will at the end of the game, but you know. You always kill God in those games. In Japanese, in a Japanese RPG? Of course. What do you mean? It'll be easier to... If it'll be easier to name Japanese RPGs in which you don't kill some kind of God in the end.
Hmm. やはり裏か。死神の呪いも律儀に作用するの。
呪いとは金貨の裏表にまで関わるのですか。
まあな。
精霊の力は物に影響を及ぼしたり、物が持つ波長と同調することがあるんじゃよ。
あなたの場合はその金貨だと。
ああ。だから必ず裏が出る。
こんなことが。
信じる信じないはお前の自由だ。
付け加えるなら、その金貨はアイゼンの器じゃよ。
ライフセットが羅針盤を持っているのもその波長のせいなのですか。
そうとも言えるが、あの羅針盤はあいつが男である証のようなものだ。
証？
錆びないようによく磨いておかないと。
よくわかりませんが。
やれやれ、一等大麻師のくせになんも知らんのじゃの。
Damn. Are you winning, Lucy? Yes, I'm winning until I'm just watching conversation between characters. I'm winning. Look.
死神の呪い、清涼も知らない未知の情報、よく調べておく必要がありますね。
そうですね。
それにしても裏面しか出ないコインなんて精霊の力がそこまで影響を及ぼすものなのですか。
疑り深い女じゃの。でもアイゼンのコインは本当に裏しか出ないんだよ。
マギルー、ひょっとしてあなたが術でいたずらしているのでは。
ほう、そう来るか。
ええ、 疑り深い女ですから。
根に持つ女でもあったかい。じゃが残念ながら外れじゃ。むしろ術で表を出そうと試してみたが、どうしてもできんかったわい。
コインに種も仕掛けもない。確かめてみるか。
あ、これは魔王ダオス。
よく知ってるな。俺はカ
カー
ーラン。
ラン金貨ですね。本物を見るのは初めてです。はるか古代の貨幣なのに、つい最近作られたみたいに綺麗ですね。
それには理由がある。一見柔らかい金でできているが、特殊な加工でコードを、
傷がつきやすい金の表面に温度に反応する特殊な形状記憶合金をメッキしてあるんですよね。だから傷がつきにくい。
そうか。
私たちには真似できない未知の技術です。これに仕掛けをするのは無理
Damn.
ですね。
Say something funny, Lucy. They're saying something funny here.
ざるを得ないかも。
ん？表面を硬くする加工じゃなかったか？
勘違いだろう。
でも前にアイゼンはそういうことにしておきなさい。
形状記憶。そんな技術が。
Daos is the antagonist of the first Tales of game called Tales of Fantasia, by the way. We should play Tales of Fantasia on stream, but if I'm gonna play Tales of Fantasia, it's gonna be fully in Japanese and I'm going to have to translate all of the dialogue to you. Because I know that my audience is fascinated by languages. Dr. Jones, are you fascinated by languages? Like all Americans are? Dr. Jones says say something funny. I'm a large streamer with a gigantic audience. There you go. How's that for funny? How's that for a joke? Lucy close Paul. Oh my god. Why are you being so mean to me? Fine. I closed Paul. Happy? The poll is closed. Happy now? Happy? It wouldn't be... It's only in the way if you don't answer it. When you vote, it goes out of the way. Literally. If it's in your way, it just means that you haven't voted in it. It disappears once you do. Can't believe you, Dr. Jones. Instead of just choosing something, you were like, Lucy, turn off the poll. You know? I don't like that all the enemies here employ paralysis. Oh, really? That doesn't sound right. Right. I'm feeling genuinely. If I faint, then it would be, you know, a bad result. Is anybody watching on Twitch? Nobody. Oh yeah, let's see. Win, win, win. There you go. Garlic. What is this? Are these glasses for people who don't want to feel boxed in? What does that do? Wait. Frameless glasses. Wait, hold on. Fashion? No way. Oh, you cannot use it on this character. Huh. Wait, why can't I use it on Velvet? Weird. Alright, let's continue. Murasaki means purple in Japanese. Also, we're gonna hold on. I have to check out a video now. This is not slop, but I've been mentioned in a video. Hold on. I've actually received some credit in a content creator's video and I want to see it.
Fantasy is not real.
Fantasy is not real? No way. Look at this. I'm gonna receive a... where is this? Where is this? I received credit on this video. Let's see if I'm in the comments. Lucy. Lucy. No one commented about me? No way. Nobody commented on me? Aww. No one commented on me. So many comments and no comment about me. Oh no. I did get credit.
You know that, right? The books you love, the books you read, they're fiction. They are not real. You know that, right? For most people, it's a pretty basic thing to figure out, right? That fantasy
This is
novels
a YouTuber that does media analysis.
and short stories, comics, not real. But I found something strange. And before we proceed, I want to make sure we all agree on the same core baseline fact that fantasy is fantasy. We're on the same
Fantasy is
page,
real.
right? Because apparently not everyone else is also. Some conflate fiction written by human authors for thousands of years of history. I wish I was making this shit up. Today's subject of interest is a channel known as Hyperborean Knowledge, a channel of about 60,000 subs. It's essentially conspiracy brain rot. But what makes it interesting, in my opinion, is twofold. For one, the name itself. Hyperborean. I'll explain why in a bit. But the second thing that's more readily apparent when you take a look at it is the main focus. It tries to argue that fantasy fiction is evidence somehow of genetic memory, of a past civilization that used to exist and at its height fell, and in its fall has led to the degradation of modern society. I want to thank Lucy Hayes off the top for telling me about this channel. It's truly remarkable. It's something else. It put me on a rabbit hole that I'm still trying to work my way through, even while writing this video. But it's important to distinguish right now.
There you go. I've received my praise. What do you think? There you go. Pretty cool, huh? No?
そういえばサレトーマの花言葉が何か知っておるか？
確か偽りの共存でしたか？
花言葉まで趣味が悪いのね。
偽りの共存。
今のわしらにはぴったりな花じゃのう。
どうしたライフセット。
マギルーの言う通りなんだよね。
まあな、エレノアは清涼の人間だし、俺たちと心から仲良くするってのは無理な話だろうな。
Nice.
だよね。あ、でもいがみ合うばかりではなく、その共通項というか落としどころはあると思いますけど。
偽りの共存でも
We all know fantasy is real, by the way.
エレノア様には僕がいるでぐ。
Like the Bible.
僕とエレノア様は一度は永遠を誓
I don't know if Bible would fall under the fantasy genre though. More like mythology than fantasy.
エレノア様そう来る。
泣くなビエンフーよ。お主にはわしがおるではないか。
おお、マギル姉さん、やっぱり僕には姉さんしかいないでぐ。
よーしよーし、わしのありがたい恩を思い知って文句を言わず働くのじゃぞ。
はいでぐ。新しい愛を見つけるまでそこそこ頑張るでぐよ。
ライフセット。偽りの共存ってああいうのを言うのよ。
ゴーマとタイマシー、精霊と海賊と魔女。確かに俺たちは一心同体にはなれんが、互いの立場を偽りなく理解しているはずだ。
うん。偽りの共存じゃないよね。
まあね。勝手な共存といったところよ。
そうかもね。
Lucy mentioned true. I'm gonna
Now work my way
timestamp it.
through truly remarkable modern society. I want to thank Lucy fell, and in its fall has led to the degradation of modern society.
Yay! I've been mentioned. Hold up. Yep. Mentioned. Perfect. That's cool. Uh, huh.
I want to thank
We're
Lucy
gonna
Hayes
want
off the
to.
top for telling me about this channel. It's truly remarkable. It's something else. It put me on a rabbit hole that I'm still trying to work my way through, even while writing this video.
Listen,
But it's important to distinguish right
I'm-
now, does Hyperborean knowledge literally think that
I'm miserable every day, okay? I deserve to be happy sometimes. Socialix Lucy's happy that we have to put a stop to that.
Conan the Barbarian is our history? When Hyperborean knowledge claims in videos like the Dark Sun Reset, our encoded genetic memory, he's not literally saying the world of Dungeons & Dragons Dark Sun setting is literally...
Wait, sorry, what are you talking about? There's a fiction aspect to what? Wait, what are you talking about? No, fantasy does not mean fantasy as in the genre of fantasy, not fantasy as in something that's not real. I'm saying that the Bible fits more into the genre of mythology rather than the genre of fantasy. That makes sense? Oh, the computer. Right. Oh yeah, we're watching a video.
real, but rather that it's a reflection of real places that disappeared, like Atlantis, Mu, and Hyperborea. Again, Hyperborea, where have I've heard that before somewhere. A few of you might be asking, what is Dark Sun, if you're not, say, plugged into old school D&D setting? Well, Dark Sun is basically, what if Dungeons & Dragons, but Mad Max?
We've talked with Karasu
Created
about
for Dungeons
Dark
& Dragons
Sun
2nd Edition back in 1991, the post-apocalyptic world of Athos is this desert planet. It's the product of magical spiraling out of control. Sorcerer kings rule the desert with an iron fist, and through their despotic rule, only the most violent and brutal people reign supreme, or survive.
Yeah.
Again,
it's like the third era of the world in Dark Sun. First there was the blue period when you have a water planet. Then you had the green period when you had, well, green, plants, etc. Because it was not just super ocean planet. And now we have the current post-apocalyptic desert planet period.
It's Mad Max with elves. Like in Dune, water is extremely scarce and a form of currency. Metal is rare, which forces warriors to forge their armor and swords out of the bones and flesh of their enemies. Dark Sun feels more like Fallout than a typical fantasy setting. It doesn't draw from pre-existing cultures like, say, Norse mythology. It's kind of its own thing with echoes of what came before. A lot of people believe fantasy draws from some form of history. Because it does, right?
Yeah, because, that's because Nietzsche did not deal with segregating media into genres. I'm pretty sure that's not why, I'm pretty sure Nietzsche did not, in his writings, Nietzsche was not busy thinking, okay, is this a horror or is this a thriller?
Writers consistently draw from history, and folklore often does echo itself.
I don't think Nietzsche wrote about the differences between different genres of fiction.
Have a flood myth of some variety, and these myths diverge further and further the farther and farther you get from the Middle East. Noah's flood and the flood described in the Epic of Gilgamesh are remarkably similar in a lot of ways. Of course, there's a catch. A common sentiment I've seen online is that when discussing shows like The Witcher or Game of Thrones, people often argue that certain decisions don't make historical sense. It's historically inaccurate, which I always found kind of funny because you do know these are works of fiction, right? There is no historical accuracy to the Seven Kingdoms because the Seven Kingdoms don't exist. You see, fantasy might draw from history and might draw from folklore, but that doesn't mean that they're anchored.
I've never heard that argument.
Just because A Song of Ice and Fire is inspired by the War of the Roses doesn't mean it's literally 14th century Britain, especially considering, the White Walkers and all that. In fact, the wall arguably draws from older history with the Celts, the big Roman wall that the Romans built to keep the Celts out. The Witcher started as a pastiche of Polish fairy tales, yes, but that does not mean it's literally medieval Poland. When interviewed by Publishers Weekly, for example, Andrzej Sapkowski, the author of The Witcher, thoroughly dismissed the idea that
my God.
he was anchored.
People butcher these Polish names so much. Andrzej Sapkowski.
When interviewed by Publishers Weekly, for example, Andrzej Sapkowski, the author.
No, I cannot be too rough. I cannot be too mean, considering that I got a shout out in this video, but come on. Sapkowski, not whatever that pronunciation was. I've never heard a Polish surname so butchered. Oh, you're behind on stream. Yeah, I am. But now I switched to bullying the author of this video for butchering Sapkowski.
The Witcher thoroughly dismissed the idea that he was anchored or tied in any way to writing an exclusively Polish story just because he drew from Polish folklore as a Polish author. The point of all this is to say that even when an author deliberately draws from pre-existing folklore mythology, you're gonna run into some differences. It's just gonna happen. This gets more absurd when you argue that fantasy draws from some genetic memory, a thing that we can't even prove exists. The concept and existence of genetic memory is tricky. Is it real, or is it simply a weird way we try to explain how babies and infants develop certain pattern recognition skills? The concept of genetic memory started when people observed that babies can figure out how to do math, how certain people can just figure out how to create music and create art. Where does that come from? While modern psychology acknowledges this is probably something to do with observation skills, how babies observe and learn from those around them, some scientists believe that babies have a transference of knowledge from mother to child. However, there has never been any successful test to prove this. It's more just spitballing. On top of all that, none of these theorists can actually determine...
I know that there is theorizing about trauma being... that you can transfer trauma genetically, kind of, sort of. I know that one of the doctors at the hospital talked to me about it and recommended a book to me about generational trauma. But it's a different. It's not the same as genetic memory.
How much is transferred through this theoretical concept? I don't really think that an abstract concept without any factual backing to it should be accepted as truth as the basis of a giant theory, but what are you gonna do? D&D lifts from everything. It lifts from multiple sources, all with different writers with different intentions and what have you. Tolkien's a big one, obviously, but there's Michael Moorcock's Elric saga, there's Edgar Rice Burroughs' Barsoom stories, there's August Derleth's horror stories, Fritz Lieber's Fafhrd and Grey Mouser stories. But most relevant to our discussion is Robert E. Howard's Conan stories, set during the Hyborian Age, an era of antiquity prior to the existence of Mesopotamia, but after the sinking of Atlantis. Not Hyperborea, by the way. Hyboria. There's a A reason I'm pointing it out there. That's a lot of preamble, but what about Hyperborean Knowledge's video? Now, the video has a lot that's said, but I'm going to cut ahead a little bit because I think that's something that's worth discussing that kind of illustrates some of the mentality and approach that Hyperborean Knowledge employs.
Some of you recommended to me an amazing book about the NP theory, Neanderthal predation theory, and I thank you guys very much for that. It's a fascinating book. I don't agree with everything it says, obviously, but there are many veins in that book that I 100% agree and overlap with what I'm talking about with these genetic collective memories of these times when we were competing with other humanoids in massive struggle.
The video recommends the book Them Plus Us, a book written by Danny Vendramini that focuses on the theory that Neanderthals were these cannibalistic, monstrous creatures covered in hair that hunted early Homo sapiens for sport. He argues this almost drove humanity to near extinction. The book depicts Neanderthals as these gigantic, hairy monsters, and Homo sapiens as docile, almost infantile creatures, defenseless, weak. This is, of course, different from everything we know about both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, who both were pretty strong, both were pretty intelligent, and neither were covered in hair, and neither were monstrous entities that were just focused on killing only. Of course, there is evidence of massacres, but that's true throughout all human history. And Homo sapiens are docile people who grow more violent in response to their predatory hunters. And this predatory urge, this resistance to fight back, this desire to draw weapons, inspires human violence to this day, according to this book, due to genetic memory, a pseudoscience we can't really prove exists. Now, Hyperborean Knowledge does not actually believe details of this book are real, but instead thinks that something did hunt us in the past. Only instead of Neanderthals, it's orcs, giants, and sorcerers.
Well, they say it was Neanderthal predation, which I can kind of agree with and kind of see, but it was also orc predation, it was giant predation, it was sorcerer predation. And that's what this created is a founder effect. Only the humans who could survive all those pressures live to reproduce. Those are the people that we descend from.
Yeah, no. Not the real thing that you could make an argument maybe hunted us. No, it's the fantasy races. They hunted us. Before you laugh too much, I think it's important to note that this guy isn't the only person who looks at paleo history and thinks, yeah, this is just like my fantasy novels.
Of all of these animals on the screen have been found in the same rock layers as dinosaur bones, and they're also alive today.
Some creatures have gone extinct, and some haven't. That doesn't make dragons real.
Our culture today is fascinated by dragons. Franchise box office earnings for How to Train a Dragon is 2.2. Fascinating.
That doesn't make creatures...
Wow, Emma Thorne was mentioned in this video.
Have gone extinct, and some
Emma
haven't.
Thorne.
That doesn't make dragons real.
Our culture today is fascinated by dragons. Franchise box office earnings for How to Train a Dragon is $2.2 billion.
Barbie is a billion-dollar franchise. It's not popular because Barbie's a real living doll living in a Barbie world.
There's a large number of pseudoscientists, especially neo-creationists, who look at dinosaur bones and argue that they're representative of dragons.
Maybe Barbie is a real...
really, this is a real thing they do. Rather than maybe assume that maybe myths of dragons are inspired by discoveries of dinosaur bones, the opposite is true. Dinosaurs prove dragons are real, not dragons prove dinosaurs were real.
Hundreds of dragon legends from around the world and all throughout recorded history. Legends are rooted in reality.
Are legends all rooted in reality? Mind you, these are the kind of people that believe the Great Flood, the global Great Flood, was real. And that Noah's Ark was real, and they have to rewrite evolutionary theory to make that so. And that the Earth is like 6,000 years old. All of those things being disproved by a whole variety of different sciences. So I am not principally, because, you know, I haven't studied this, but I'm not principally against the notion that a dragon in, you know, some ancient text does not really come from or is not really a reference to a big lizard.
I guess he thinks Neanderthal bones were orc bones and giant bones were, I don't know, mammoth pieces? I don't know. You know, this book talked about, it actually makes you think about The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. There's the Eloi, these peaceful surface dwellers, and the Morlocks, these violent people who live under the ground. And what's interesting was at the time, H.G. Wells made this kind of, these two parallel human races as an allegory for the discussion of class divide. How the poor were kept building the underground while the rich sat above on top, useless. The poor developing strength, becoming stronger. And Wells argued that eventually, if we kept doing this, the two directions of humanity, the two classes would divide even further, becoming separate species of humanity entirely. But that the underground people who we deem as poor today would be better equipped at survival and domination because they're just made stronger. You can make the argument Wells was dealing with some classist belief systems, but again, it's a thought experiment. It's not meant to be taken literally. In this sense, Venturini's book is used kind of as an anchor point, so that Hyperborean kind of can anchor his more wild ideas to some scientific theory. That basis is what he uses to justify, well, you know what, I'll just let him tell you in his own words.
Sure. The fall of Hyperborea, the sinking of Atlantis, the end of Mu. Throughout our history, we have these remembrances of cataclysms in our genetic memory, and it pops up over and over again in our myths and our legends. And there's no other setting that really demonstrates this than the Dark Sun. The Dark Sun is a representation of what the world was like post-Atlantis, after the sinking of Atlantis, because of the sorcerers who were abusing magic, because of their hubris, because of their greed, because of their desire for power and to dominate others. This led to a great cataclysm of the Atlantean civilization.
So the Dark Sun is a reflection of what the world was like after the sinking of Atlantis. Atlantis, he argues, sank because of dark powers being exploited by sorcerers.
By the way, just so you know, the credit that I got at the beginning of this video was for introducing this guy to this creator. I told this creator, hey, there's this crazy guy, and he made this crazy video about the Dark Sun being real. You're welcome. You're welcome. Here's this crazy creator.
And this does kind of track with what Plato originally said about Atlantis. I don't think you all know the origins of Atlantis. Now, for those unaware, Atlantis first appeared in the entirety of human literature. I covered it together with Carazo. Specifically, Trimaeus and Critias. And by the way, presumably there was a third dialogue that would have concluded the story of Atlantis, but it's either lost or never was written. Now, when people talk about Atlantis, they usually discuss the events of Trimaeus, which outlines the cosmic rise and fall of Atlantis, as well as the cosmology behind how Atlantis exists, the elements, the humors, all that. Less analyzed is Critias, and I think it's worth discussing. See, Critias outlines the war between Atlantis and Athens, the city-state, which, by the way, was originally founded in 1400 BC by the Mycenaeans. Yeah. If this war happened, it would have taken place after 1400 BC, which means it would have been a war in the Mediterranean around the same time Egypt was around. So why didn't the Egyptians write about it? There are arguments that some records of Atlantis existed in other documents, but there's no proof those ever existed. The most noteworthy example is the philosopher Crantor, who was a student of one of Plato's students, who claimed he went to Egypt and discovered a document arguing Atlantis existed. However, the document where Crantor supposedly says this is lost, and there's no evidence that any of the documents he supposedly saw ever existed, which makes everything about this extremely dubious, other than the fact that Crantor existed and did believe in Atlantis, allegedly. But also, the other big hole in this whole story is that if Atlantis and Athens fought in a war, that would have taken 9,000 years prior to the dialogue, because the dialogue implies Atlantis existed 9,000 years ago, which is roughly 8,000 years prior to the founding of Athens. Yeah. More likely, as Aristotle pointed out, Atlantis was an allegory
I
meant
would
to talk
like to
about
continue
hubris.
playing Resident
Now, it
Evil
is
6,
interesting, I think, that
but
the Mycenaeans did
sadly,
experience a great fall,
Dr. Jones
essentially,
has
along with the
betrayed me.
Minoans. But Athens survived, albeit with some significant economic decline. But it became an independent city-state on its own and a figure of great political power in its day. If we take Plato at his word, based on the history we know, Atlantis and Mycia should have been contemporaries, but they simply weren't. Because Atlantis, say it with me now, doesn't fucking exist.
No.
It's a minor little side note in Plato's stories, and it only rose to prominence in our culture.
Okay, I'm gonna make a counter argument. Okay, I'm gonna make a counter argument, and you're gonna see how it all makes sense. Okay. If Atlantis never existed, okay, and bear with me here, how do you explain Aquaman? Right? If Atlantis never existed, then how do you explain Aquaman? Take that.
Today because of the Renaissance era writers like Francis Bacon and Thomas More. Hell, Plato doesn't even pretend Atlantis was all that great a nation. They lost to fucking Athens. The same Athenians who got beaten by Sicily just a couple years before that whole dialogue was written. I mean,
right.
Aristotle, Plato's
Aquaman doesn't make
called
sense
Atlantis bullshit. Because it is bullshit. Plato often talked about high ideals and concepts and these dreams, whereas Aristotle was saying, hey, here's the world as I see it. Here's the world as it is, and I don't see no fucking Atlantis. All right?
However, there is a kind of Atlantis, though it's not a lost civilization,
Aquaman is
but rather lost
superhero.
landmass where people did live.
In 1931, a fisherman named Pilgrim Lockwood was sailing 40 kilometers off the eastern coast of England when he noticed a strange object in the nets that his crew had been dragging across the sea floor. It was a harpoon carved from the antler of a deer, measuring over 20 centimeters long with a sharp barbed edge. Lockwood's discovery confirmed that this area of the North Sea, which for years had been hypothesized to be a lost submerged land, was once a place that ancient people had called home. And other discoveries since then have revealed that those people weren't just Homo sapiens. At various points in deep time, Neanderthals, and maybe even older human relatives, roamed this long-lost world. And for a pretty good reason, too. This area, which connected Britain to the rest of Europe, was once one of the continent's richest hunting grounds. A dynamic and at times lush environment that supported a wealth of species and natural resources. To ancient humans, it was something of an ecological paradise.
Doggerland is a region of northern Europe that was smothered by water once the ice caps melted after the end of the Ice Age. This landmass bridged England to the rest of mainland Europe. We found pottery and
when do we get to the part where
not
the space
traces of
was
ancient
invaded
civilization
and
like
made us
Atlantis,
all
but people did live there, like cavemen.
Yet Hyperborean argues that Atlantis exists, and indeed all these other lost civilizations, including Hyperborea, exist. And it's due to our genetic memory, one that lives through stories and lives through fantasy, that we can prove it, according to him. Except when you keep listening, you realize
that it makes no
how
sense.
Fucking crazy this whole thing is.
I know.
This led to a great cataclysm of the Atlantean civilization. Now, survivors went on to other parts of the world. And part of this was that they went to Mesopotamia, especially the Tyrian region, and the corrupt ones became sorcerer kings. This ties in with the Dark Sun and the Cleansing Wars. We talked about the goblins and the orcs
they were all
being
killed. We killed all the goblins.
That completely overlaps with what happened in the Dark Sun setting, because it is mirroring our genetic memory, our collective unconscious of this timeline.
So this guy says Atlanteans went to Mesopotamia and they became dark lords over there. How these people conquered Mesopotamia, by the way, which was not a singular civilization, but actually several different nations, including Sumer, Babylon, Assyria, and Akkad, is anyone's guess. Also, I couldn't help but notice you said they settled in the Tyrian region?
Because they went to Mesopotamia, especially the Tyrian region.
Where is the Tyrian region exactly?
And again, there were pre-existing colonies in that area, especially. I'm talking about Tyre. because the main city that this takes place in the D&D setting is Tyr, which is obviously Tyre.
Obviously.
And these Mesopotamian city-states all across this region with the Sorcerer King rulers, this is where a lot of all this stuff starts. This is really where we need to be looking.
True. You mean Tyre, Jordan, which is on the opposite side of the Middle East of Mesopotamia? This guy is saying conquerors like Sargon of Akkad was really an Atlantean wizard. Yeah, because Sargon of Akkad was the big conqueror in that region. Does that mean he's the great sorcerer king who's a snake guy? I don't fucking know.
Was the big conqueror?
But that's the best we get, apparently.
The YouTuber?
And by this, assuming that this guy, when he hears the word Sargon of Akkad, thinks the actual Sargon of Akkad, not Carl Benjamin. But I digress.
The new face of UKIP, a party partly responsible for Brexit, now resorting to online extremists to get attention.
And I'm not going to be a...
What great timing. This YouTuber knew that I'd make that joke.
Apologizing for my crimes against political correctness. I hate political correctness.
Foreshadowing is a literary device in...
So we look at this setting and we see scarcity, we see strife, we see people dominating each other for the meager resources that people have available to them. It's a post-abundance world, and human beings were thrown into absolute just scarcity at all levels. And this remembrance of these savage times when we were being corrupted by these sorcerers kings pops up in other motifs and other myths and other fictional settings, like Conan the Barbarian.
He also argues that Mesopotamia was this world of scarcity, which, no, it fucking wasn't.
Inhabited for nearly 12,000 years, Mesopotamia's stable climate, rich soil, and steady supply of fresh water made it ideal for agriculture to develop and thrive.
It wasn't Arrakis. The Fertile Crescent was called the Fertile Crescent because it was the intersection of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, places that flooded regularly and thus helped immensely with irrigation. Even in the Bible, they even refer to Babylon as a place of excess, not a place of scarcity.
Because a lot of it had to do with weather magic and manipulation.
Weather magic.
That's why the dark sun setting hits home so hard, is because the weather was manipulated and it was corrupted, and you know, it was a massive heating event, and that's what led to it being such a desert-like symptom.
What the fuck are you talking about? You think the wizards made the Euphrates flood, an event that still happens this day? Well, no, it's because of fucking rain, you dipshit. I mean, let's be perfectly blunt here. This also is not even getting into the whole fact that, you know, the Middle East has a lot of major elements. Like, your fucking numbers come from the Middle East. It's not like witchcraft. It's basic science, because people in the Middle East were just as intelligent as everywhere else. But again, I digress.
And they were also
to
wizards.
me, this gives me the idea of like how ancient aliens, when they point to like a non-European culture,
they were more
go, oh,
intelligent.
this advanced structure, a pyramid, how could it have possibly existed? How could people have the sense to build a triangular structure? It must be aliens. Aliens must have taught them that, instead of the shocking idea that Europe is not the singular bastion of knowledge, and that white people do not travel from place to place to spread civilization there. Which I think is the implication here. The Atlanteans from Europe, because Atlantis is a European nation apparently, came to Mesopotamia to conquer it and guide them to become a power.
It's a perfect mirror of this dark sun setting. You have these city-states ruled by sorcerer snake kings throughout the land, and people vying for power against each other. Slavery is abundant. Strife, conflict, thirst is everywhere. And these snake sorcerers have convinced a great many people to renounce their old ancestral ways and to become pacifists. They trick the population.
Hyperborean knowledge's essential argument is that European-inspired high culture was brought down by dark magic, and those with the dark magic went to a place they associate with being bad, the Middle East. Mesopotamia, a culture that God's chosen in the Bible had military conflicts with.
The ultimate accomplishment of Nebuchadnezzar was the opening of the fiery furnace. Nebuchadnezzar had gone to Jerusalem, looted and leveled the Temple of Solomon, and he brought the wise men of the temple back to Babylon with him. What happened in the story is absolutely amazing. These three wise men enter this fiery furnace. Not only did they come back out in perfect condition, they weren't alone. They came back with an extraterrestrial visitor in tow. In today's terms, we would obviously call this a Stargate or a portal.
Now, I'm not going to force you to watch the entirety of this video. He goes on to argue that literal snake sorcerers, yes, literal snake sorcerers, all represented with James Earl Jones's rendition of Thulsa Doom from Conan the Barbarian, conquered all of the Middle East. And by the way, Thulsa Doom, the character, is not even a character from the original Conan the Barbarian stories by Robert E. Howard, but actually was a figure Howard made for the Cull of Atlantis stories, which itself was later adapted into Cull, starring Kevin Sorbo. This has no bearing on what I'm talking about, but I just think it's neat. Actually, you know what? It actually makes sense that Thulsa Doom is used here because they're talking about Atlantean snake sorcerers. Maybe he's onto something. Point is, though, he argues that literal serpent people are leaders of the world and are trying to take us back into the old ways.
And something mirroring what modern neo-Gnostics believe, that this world is fallen, the only way to escape is to renounce it. That is the ultimate snake sorcerer trick, to convince the population that you live in a fallen realm, so why try anyway, while they accumulate might and magic and rule over you. It's the ultimate spell. And these spellcasters, again, they are in themselves powerful beings. They are probably Atlantean bloodline, but they're the corrupt version, and they use these spells, and certain religions and certain spiritual paths can be a spell used to control your mind by these sorcerer kings.
How many conspiracies is that right now? We got Atlantis, lizard people, evil conspiracies meant to control us, to pacify us, a forgotten civilization of ancient power, what's not to love. We got the Avengers of conspiracy theories going on right now, all using popular fantasy tropes as the funnel to draw in the crowd. It's something familiar so you recognize it and you don't question things too much. You don't have to follow the logic. It's not some advanced information here. It's stuff you already have in your fucking library, including mine, I might want to add. You're probably thinking, who buys into this horseshit? Well, judging by the comments, a lot of fucking people buy into this bullshit.
Like when you can smell the rain. So true. And relatable. I've been studying cataclysms since basically the moment I found out about it, years ago. It's like a spiritual compulsion to seek out more and more knowledge from those eras.
Jesus Christ!
What connects more with this whole Hyperborean theme is when I was a kid, I had nightmares with the Black Sun. It could not be just coincidental. How the fuck would I know? This symbol produces fear to me even today.
Oh boy.
Insane power. Once, an esoteric teacher told me the process of solar initiation was to be penetrated and consequently paled by the sun. Not just the sun, but the one that shines in the night. Never look at the sun the same way.
I studied Ara Goisha from the Lesser Key of Solomon for years. Ritual summoning magic, definitely coercive in many ways. Corrupted morals being the most noticeable.
Oh boy.
No, oh prince, that between the years when the oceans drank Atlantis, and the gleaming cities, and the years of the rise of the son of Arius, there was an age undreamed of, when shining kingdoms lay spread across the world like blue mantles beneath the stars. While you were still learning how to spell your name!
But ultimately, what's this guy getting at here? He's saying what happened then will happen again. Here's him saying it right now, actually.
Only the humans who could survive all those pressures live to reproduce. Those are the people that we descend from, the ancestors of the heroic age. And we still have that bloodline in us. We still have that ability to survive the modern iterations of the orcs, the goblins, the giants, and the sorcerers, especially the sorcerers. We are being selected against by sorcerer predation in our modern time. And I think we can feel it. We can feel that we're on the brink of another Atlantean fall. Because we are being ruled by sorcerers who are abusing their magical powers like they did in the past. Same with the fall of Hyperborea, by the way. Same with the fall of Mu.
Now, like all effective cults, there needs to be some hidden truth here, right? Being hidden from you that spells doom, and only we have the answers. This isn't just him rebuilding a new version of history for you, it's a warning. And he harkens back to all these other mythological societies to create the continuity of older civilizations, a rise and fall, including Hyperborea.
It's a story that goes back as far as time. That's why we see it with Atlantis and Hyperborea. Lemuria, again. Lemuria is kind of like a proto-Tyrian setting as well. And it, from its inception, I believe, was ruled by sorcerer kings, but that's a tale for a different day.
True.
But I think that's why today we have this impulse and this fixation on post-apocalyptic settings, post-apocalyptic feelings.
Epic.
And because we have gone through this again and we collectively recognize the sign. That's why there's a lot of zombie fixation. That's why there's a lot of Fallout type scenarios. Fallout, again, is basically a futuristic setting of the Dark Sun.
So the fixation on post-apocalypses isn't just because we are naturally fearing the end times of what we have, but it's because we're having psychic recollections of some fallen civilization. But you're probably wondering, like, zombies? Didn't George Romero draw from the problems of his day? Of Vietnam? Of consumerism? Of intense obsession with military structure? Why, yes, those are reasons why George Romero made his zombie movies in the first place. Those were on Romero's mind.
We actually finished Night of the Living Dead here in Pittsburgh, threw it in the trunk of the car, literally threw it in the trunk of a car, and drove to New York with it to see if anybody would want to show it. That night, while Russ Striner and I were driving in New York, we heard on the news, on the car radio, that Martin Luther King had been shot.
These don't disprove the theory, though. In fact, Hyperborean knowledge says those are extra things. That by having conscientious ideas of the moment filtering through the genetic memory, it's actually proof that the cycle is continuing.
We grew up in a very zombie time. And you can see that maybe it's a social commentary, but I think there's also another layer to it too. And just because I say that there's one thing that I feel something is connected to does not necessarily negate the other layers that other people point out that I've noticed you guys have pointed out before too. And in fact, that adds on to what we're talking about here. So please let me know what you think about this Dark Sun, this genetic memory.
Jews are so powerful. Why don't you have a bigger following, Lucy? That's an excellent question. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to think about it when I pee in the toilet, okay? I'm going to think about it hard. Why don't I have a bigger following? And why don't I get more money? That's an excellent... That is an excellent question, actually. I should have a bigger following. I deserve a bigger following. Hold on. Let me go to the toilet now. Be right back. So how long till he get a ban from President Sandy's comment section? I'll be right back. back. I still don't have an answer as to why I don't have such a big following. I will tell you how my conversation with Brooks will go, because we're gonna do it in private. He's in bed in Canada. But yes, I will tell you how my conversation with. I mean, I already had a disagreement with Brooks before that we talked about in private, and that went fine as well. So people don't know about it because, you know, we kind of just settled it in private. And then I joked, I destroyed you in a debate, and she was like, yeah. But people were joking about it being a quote unquote debate, but we actually did have kind of a, you know, discussion in the end about a disagreement we had.
この先行き止まりみたいだけど、何か感じる？ライフセット。
今は何も。あ、紫色の花が咲いてる。
But yes, we should fight for me to have a bigger following. That is true. That is a fight we're fighting. Glitchman says, there's your answer, Lucy. Why you're not famous. You have debates in private instead of turning it into drama to farm. Here's your principle. Lucy, has it been hard to play this game one-handed? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you saying? What do you mean play this game one-handedly? What are you implying here? What are you trying to say? We've defeated a secret boss, so this one should be no problem. Dr. Jones is calling me a pervert. The what? I have played New Vegas. I just have to finish it on stream. You know? This book has so much HP. Why does this bike have so much HP? Actually, I'm on extreme, which is higher difficulty than hard. Because we've unlocked higher difficulty than hard along the way, and I decided, yeah, let's go for that higher difficulty. So we're above hard. Yeah, I'm a pro. I'm a real gamer. You see. You still don't appreciate. Yeah, I am gay. What the hell? What the? No, there's still 8 people in the chat. What do you mean? Nobody has abandoned chat. We're playing the game. We're having fun. Although I might have to lie down soon because I'm feeling lightheaded all stream. We've defeated this monster. Aw, regular bug.
まったくとんだ昆虫採集じゃったの。
この虫連れて行っちゃダメよ。処分するからどいて。
清涼が守っていたんだ。殺さずに様子を見た方がいいんじゃないのか。
Bug. I mean, it's the same company, isn't it? Bloodborne as well as Tales of. Same company, so they can reference it however they want, I would think. Is it the same company?
油断すると50人目の犠牲者になるぞ。
50人？
呪いで死んだ仲間の数だ。
私。
From Software. Are they part of Namco in any way? Yeah, there you go. They're published by Bandai Namco. Ooh. Yeah, Namco makes Tales of series.
この虫、名前なんて言うんだろう。案外のんきね。
Tales of series are a Namco series. Tekken is also Namco, yeah. And Soul Calibur. I've heard bad things about Tekken 8.
探索戦。
聞いてもいいですか、ライフセット。ベルベットってどういうゴーマなのですか？それは。弱点を探ろうとかじゃなくて、純粋な興味の質問ですよ。エレノアを疑ってるんじゃなくて、僕もベルベットのこと知らないんだ。
戦って分かったじゃろ。あやつは左手で食らった敵の力を自分の力に変える奇妙無双なゴーマじゃよ。何でも丸ごと食らい尽くす大食いクイーンじゃ。
まあ大体合ってるな。時々食い残したゴーマが人間に戻ったりするが。
ゴーマが人間に戻る？
そんなに驚くことか？
当然です。ゴーマ病になった者は二度と人間の姿には戻れない。これは常識ですよ。でもキデオン主催の例もある。あの件と何か関係が？
戻るって言っても死体なんだが、常識だったのか？
海賊には関係のないことだ。
この非常識なメンツに常識を語るとは非常識な大魔師じゃのう。
そのようですね。エレノア、なんかごめん。いえ、ライ イフセットのせいじゃないですよ。けどベルベットの正体は探る必要がありますね。
Wait, in Tekken 8? Yeah, you're a train boy. Dr. Jones is a train boy. What up, train boy? Oof.
強そうだな。でふね。僕も大概長生きしてまふけど、こんなやつ初めて見たでふ。
多分新種だと思う。
そりゃあすごいな。もし新種なら発見者の名前をつけるのが通例だ。差し詰めライフィセットオオカブトか。
カブト？おいおい、どう見たってクワガタだろう。
いや、これは一見ハサミだが実は角と見た。新種の三つの兜として昆虫学会に衝撃が走る。
Holy wow! Have I gained suddenly 7 subscribers? How? How did I suddenly gain 7 subscribers? Did I gain them from the recommendation? Insane. I've gained 7 subscribers from that recommendation, I guess. No, because I got a recommendation. What do you mean? I got recommended by a big channel of over 100,000 subscribers.
クワガタは相手を挟み切ることもできるからな。その立ち筋は変幻自在。まさに昆虫界の名剣士だ。
Oh, bots? What do you mean? That's so mean.
でも1年で死ぬだろう。そこへ行くとクワガタは越冬できるぞ。
死ぬのはあえてだ。太く短く、兜の美学がなぜわからん。
男の人ってどうして虫の話なんかで盛り上がれるんでしょうね。兜でもクワガタでも蝶々でもどうでもよかろうにの。
ゴキブリとどこが違うのかしら。
一緒にするな。
名前はどうするんでふか？うん。クワブとカッコ仮にしておくよ。
Boys will be boys, just like in the TV show The Boys. Greater Range is playing Dark Tide instead of watching the stream. I will remember this. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones? We will remember this. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones? We will remember this betrayal. Wait, what's finally ending this year? Dark Tide? They. It's not she. Greater and go by they, them, I believe, not by she, her. So if they'd be doing both, they'd be chatting in the chat. No, The Boys final season. What about The Boys? I've stopped watching The Boys on the 3rd season, I think. Homelander is the biggest hero. He will never lose. Lucy will remember this. This has no bearing on the plot in the future. We're fighting this extra boss. We will probably die to it 15 times before I beat it, but you know what, whatever. You like to see me fail. People get excited by my caters. When you play on hard. I play on more than hard. I told you. We unlocked the more difficult thing than hard. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Why did my character charge forward? Come on. I hate that. Do I have any... Oh. Guess not. We have to... I told you I will be dying. I warned you. Just like Soldier Boy warned Huey. I warned you. Wonder if the fake Calico Parker is back. You home? We'll try, of course. Then why you play on hard? Because I'm good. Look. I'm playing on intense, not on hard. Intense is above hard. Plus, I've already beaten this game on normal. I have to challenge myself. Oh, sure. I hate that my character sometimes just charges forward for no reason. Right. See? I ate enemies hit because I charged forward. As in the character charged forward on her own. Fuck me. Oh no, come on. do need more light bubbles. Come on. Wait, how to tag in different characters? Tales of Berseria, how to tag in different characters. Why did she charge forward? Come on. Why did my character charge forward like that? I'm about to lose again. Feels that way. I have to think. Alright, let's go.
Alright.
Alright. We're gonna defeat this boss no matter what. It's our main task for tonight's stream. Defeat this boss. Ah, broke through my guard? Come on. That's so shitty. Fuck. I hate this. Ah. I'm about to lose again. I'm low on items. How is he so resilient? How is he so resilient? What the fuck? Okay, last try. Last try for the night, and then we go to bed, I think. Alright, let's try do this. We can do this. I believe. I don't have enough items, I think, to beat this. It would be so much easier if I had more items. Fuck! I hate these moves that just break through your defense and kill you. I need to go get more items and then return here because otherwise it'll be difficult. But that gives me nothing, basically. That doesn't do anything for me. Unless they can defeat the boss on their own. Burp. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna try one last time. Well, yeah, it's true though. What do you mean? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Why is he so weak? Why is the controller spazzing out as well? What the? Every stream is just one more try away from winning. True. Listen, I'm doing my best. You should appreciate. I'm giving you this entertainment in the form of me losing time and time again. This is what people like from their streamers. Hello, Greater. Why in YouTube chat? Okay, I'm gonna try one last time. What happened, Greater? Oh. Yes, yes, Gregory. What happened? What? What do you mean, never mind? How many or more one more time before she actually gives up? I never give up. That's my thing. Also consider donating a system. Oh, yeah, because Valheim is tedious and annoying. And unlike in Valheim, when I die here, I can press retry, and in Valheim I have to do a trek of 100 miles and retrieve my equipment before I can even think of retrying. There you go. Sure. Maybe I would not give up in Valheim, and Valheim was not so adamant on wasting my time. I do like items. Actually, have to check if there's even such a thing as a... Does Tales of Berseria have revival spells? Okay, Aizen has resurrection. Okay, we're gonna tag Aizen in. Let me see if I even have resurrection learned. If I have resurrection learned by Aizen, then I'm gonna tag him in. We're gonna tag Aizen in. The controller is malfunctioning again. Let's see. I don't have resurrection with Aizen yet. How do I even change the... Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Oh, 俺の出番だな。強えな。鎧の。だが勝つのは俺だ。行くぞ。つむじ月下。つむじ月下。霊視解放。ただなくの無理。
Maybe this will be my victory formation. I'm not sure if I'm gonna win the big if I don't have enough items. I feel like it might be difficult. Ah. I'm gonna have to return here later. But I think I'm going to end stream for tonight because I feel not well. So I'm going to raid you into somebody. What do I raid you into? Why don't I raid you into left of the box? They raided me once. Okay, I'll see you. Thank you very much for being here and see you soon. Bye bye.